podcast. Get to. Okay.
Good evening, everybody. I am going to just start us off as we're going to have an executive session here at the top. So we're going to start our meeting tonight and call to order the executive session and business meeting for the board of Portland Public Schools on Tuesday, February 24th. And we are here tonight at Casco Bay. And so if I can start with Dr. Warren and the roll call.
Good evening. Member Ali. Member Yusra Ali.
Here.
Vice Chair Bondo. Member Bryden.
Here.
Member Lena.
Here.
Member Noor. Member Upperman.
Here.
Member Sawtell.
Here.
Student Representative Grant.
Here.
Student Representative Milstein Jones.
Here.
Student Representative Mohammed. Student Representative O'Brien. Chair Lentz.
Present.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. We're now going to stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I know, I think.
When we come back, we will do the land acknowledgement and the mission. But at the top of our agenda tonight is an executive session. And it's the consideration and action to enter into executive session pursuant to one M.R.S.A. 405-6D to discuss a personnel matter. Can I have a motion? Thank you, Dr. Opperman. In a second from Board Member Lena. Can we do a roll call vote on that?
No.
Do we need a roll call vote?
Can do it all in favor.
Oh, great. Everybody who's in favor of that?
Everybody.
Great. The ayes have it. Thank you. We'll go into executive session and we will come back when that's done and start with public comment.
I plugged you in.
inhabitants of the land on which our city and schools stand, the Wolastoqey or Maliseet, Micmac, Penobscot, and Passamaquoddy tribes, known collectively as the Wabanaki Confederacy or People of the Dawnland. We are honored to have Wabanaki children among our students today, and as a district, we are committed to making the past, present, and future of Wabanaki peoples visible in our schools and classrooms. And as a reminder of our mission, the Portland Public Schools are responsible for ensuring a challenging, relevant, and joyful education that empowers every learner to make a difference in the world. We build relationships among families, educators, and the community to promote the healthy development and academic achievement of every learner. And our definition of equity. Equity is all people being held to high expectations and having access to opportunities that are reflective of their individual needs, identities, and experiences. Equity is achieved in Portland Public Schools when there are no identifiable differences in outcomes and experiences for any population subgroup. So now we're going to move on to public comment. And as a reminder about public comment, members of the public may speak on any subject directly related to the operations of the schools, except for personnel matters or complaints concerning specific employees or students, which shall be addressed through established policies and procedures. If an item is on the agenda, please use the public comment time associated with that item. Comments are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes or 6 minutes for individuals using an interpreter to make their comment. Individuals may not relinquish a portion of their allotted time to another speaker. The board may not respond to comments, and please refrain from responding in the audience. Speakers must refrain from engaging in disruptive conduct, including but not limited to using vulgar and/or obscene language, threatening others using words or by other actions, using pejorative or discriminatory language with reference to a person or a group on the basis of their religion, ethnicity, nationality, race, color, descent, gender, or other identity factor, making defamatory comments, exceeding the allotted time limits, talking over or interrupting others, offering repetitive comments, and offering comment on matters unrelated to the school district's programs, policies, or operations. I will stop any public comment that is contrary to these rules. To give public comment, you can come up to the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. Please begin by introducing yourself with your name and address. I will alternate batches from Zoom and in person. I'll keep the time and I'll raise a yellow folder when you have 30 seconds remaining and a red folder signifying the end of your time. If you get to the end of your time and would like to request more, you may do so. So if you would like to give public comment here in the room, you can come up to the podium now.
Good evening, members of the school board and superintendent. My name is Court Kaywood, and I serve as a part-time librarian at both King Middle School and Lyman Moore Middle School, making up one full-time position between the two. In this time when the budget is being cut, the district is looking to make smaller investments that reap greater rewards. And I believe investing in a full-time librarian at each school is a way to educate the whole student and support our teachers in creating more academically rigorous and tech-integrated instruction. In 2026, our students are navigating a digital landscape that is increasingly complex. As librarians, we are the primary instructors of digital citizenship. We don't just teach kids how to find books, we teach them how to verify sources in an era of AI-generated misinformation and how to protect their digital footprint. We equip them with the skills to utilize AI to enhance learning, not as a means to bypass the process. Not only are librarians teachers themselves, but they are teacher collaborators. When librarians collaborate with classroom instructors, the rigor of the curriculum rises. We integrate advanced tech tools such as graphic design and video editing, and research methodologies into standard lessons that a busy classroom teacher might not have the capacity to explore alone. Whether it's a science project requiring vetted databases or an English essay needing primary sources, we bridge the gap between Googling and actual research. Without us, teachers lose their most versatile partner in lesson design. Finally, there's the simplest, most gut-wrenching reality. When the librarian is gone, the doors are closed. A part-time schedule means that 2 to 3 days a week, a student who has finally found the courage to ask for a book about mental health, or a student who's just finished the first book in a series and is dying to read the second, is met with a closed door. We cannot claim to prioritize literacy while we ration access to the books themselves. If we want our middle schoolers to be critical thinkers, safe digital citizens, and lifelong readers, we cannot treat the library as an optional extra. We need a full-time presence to ensure no barriers exist between our students and their access to learning resources. Thank you for your time and your commitment to our students' success.
Thank you. We'll take another one in person and then we'll move online.
Hello, my name is Joe. I live on 29 Mayfield Street. Speaking to you, I know you guys are considering redistricting for elementary schools. Our child currently goes to Talbot. We live in the area that is possibly being redistricted. And we would prefer that our child does go to Longfellow from a friend perspective, from a community perspective, that we live in the Longfellow side of Morrow's Corner. And it's a really busy intersection. For our kids to see a friend after school, we would have to drive him. He wouldn't really ever have the ability to walk on his own or ride his bike on his own to see a friend. So from that perspective, our family would really prefer that he would go to Longfellow. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Victoria Renshaw Karen.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the school board and superintendent. My name is Victoria Karen. I'm a Portland High School counselor and a proud parent of a 2023 Portland High School graduate. I want to begin by expressing my support for my school counseling colleagues who learned of the proposed reductions without meaningful time to process the impact of their work and their students. These decisions affect real people and real programs, and they deserve thoughtful and transparent consideration. I respectfully urge you to reconsider the proposed reduction of 2 full-time high school counselors based solely on declining enrollment. In fact, the data for 26-27 shows that Portland Heights enrollment numbers will actually remain stable with a very minimal decline in overall enrollment, as we expect to be less than 5 students off from this year's enrollment total. Research consistently shows that comprehensive school counseling programs are linked to improved attendance, higher graduation rates, increased FAFSA completion, and stronger post-secondary enrollment outcomes. Cutting any number of high school counselors is not simply a budget adjustment. It is a decision that will directly affect students who depend on school-based support as their primary or only access point for guidance and mental health services. Enrollment changes do not reduce suicide risk assessments, crisis interventions, or the complexity of college and career planning. Larger caseloads mean reduced access, longer response times, and less preventative support. When preventative services shrink, we become more reactive, and that costs more in the long run, both financially and in student well-being. Portland High School has already experienced a staffing reduction this year, moving from 5 full-time counselors to 4.5. Further reductions will significantly compromise the support systems and programming currently in place. For example, did you know that Portland High School is the only high school in our district, and truly the only high school in Southern Maine, that teaches a weekly class for all juniors and seniors to better prepare them for life after high school, no matter what their pathway is? We designed and taught this class since COVID kept us from presenting in other classrooms. We should not be cutting school counseling positions. I would argue that we need to go back to 5 full-time positions at Portland High School to allow us to continue to offer this level of programming to each graduating class, as we have done for the past 6 years. Our district's strategic goals include improving graduation rates, promoting academic achievement, closing opportunity gaps, and preparing students for life after high school. Staffing decisions must align with those goals. Balancing a budget is necessary, but balancing on the backs of student support services undermines the very outcomes we say matter most.
30 seconds.
If we are committed to student safety, equity, and achievement, then this is not the place to cut. I urge you to protect counseling services and keep student support at the center of this budget. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. We'll do another one online. Nicolo's iPhone, please.
Muted.
Yep.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. My name is Nicolo Wales. I live on Chesley Ave. I'm a PPS parent and lead secretary at one of our middle schools. I'm just here to speak out about a couple of things regarding the recent approval to look into consolidating the middle schools. I know that we've spoken about poor communication in the past, but calling an all-staff meeting at the last minute to let us know you'd be voting on something of that matter in just a number of hours really isn't communication. I was in that meeting, and during that meeting, a member of the school board insinuated on several different occasions that we have staff that don't care or are bad at their jobs. While in a meeting talking about suddenly possibly consolidating schools, I think that was extremely disrespectful, considering this individual spent no real time in the schools. There's a large feeling of distrust at my school about how this whole process has started about. Several staff members had voiced concerns about how a board member came into the building asking questions about what we needed help with. And from that one day and a few short conversations, this is now an opportunity to push consolidation of schools. It's been made very clear that this is a budget decision first and that we would be doing the research after the fact to try to keep disruptions to student learning at a minimum. We're looking at this backwards, and it's clear that students are going to pay the price for rushing this. I mean, at what point are we going to look at waste elsewhere prior to tearing apart a community on the rise? With this most recent budget, we increased regular pay for 80 plus employees at central office over $800,000, while our entire middle school staff of over 300 people increased their pay by just over $300,000. That doesn't include any additional new hires at central office or the possibility of a new superintendent. Instead of looking at those things, we're cutting bus drivers, ed techs, counselors. I mean, literally everyone in direct contact with students seems to be on the table here. On top of that, this timeline of getting this started in 2026 is unrealistic. And it seems as if there's not enough time to receive public comment and plan this. So it really seems like we're doing this and you're just taking public comment to say that you took public
30
comment.
seconds.
The last thing I'll really say is it's really difficult to sit here and watch these decisions and discussions be made by a group of people who never come into my school. Out of all of you individuals sitting there, maybe 2 or 3 of you have been in my building. You have no idea what it's like on a day-to-day basis, but you don't want to take the time to investigate it closely. You don't want to respond to emails, urgent situations. You just want to make decisions.
Time. Thank you. Is there anyone in the room that would like to give public comment?
Right, just a question. Will you be taking public comment on the boundary question later?
Yes.
Okay. I will do then.
Thank you, Damon. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to give public comment?
Do you want to wait to hear boundaries comments for later, or can we give them now?
If because of time restraints and you're not staying for the conversation, you can give them now. But we would prefer to have them during the item on the agenda.
One is later.
I think it'll be a quick moving to that item. Okay. All right, there's nobody else online, so if you want to give public comment in this room, come on up. Oh, thank you.
I actually also would like to give public comment on something that's coming up later just because of my own time tonight. Thank you. Carrie Dowdy, Portland Education Association. Just wanted to take a minute to talk about the resolution to consolidate the middle schools. which I have here. After all of the whereases, as I've been reading through, the board directs the superintendent to develop and present a comprehensive plan to reorganize the district's middle schools into a configuration of 2 middle schools. Then there's a long list of further resolutions. And then in the penultimate paragraph, it says, be it further resolved that the board charges the superintendent with working with the board's Public and Legislative Affairs Committee to create a robust community and staff engagement plan to inform stakeholders of the rationale for reorganization and solicit meaningful input on implementation strategies, included targeted outreach to historically underserved communities to ensure equitable participation. And I read that to say that my suggestion is that the board delay the vote on this for as little as 2 weeks to do just that. 2, create a robust community and staff engagement plan to inform stakeholders of the rationale for reorganization and solicit meaningful input on implementation strategies, including targeted outreach to historically underserved communities to ensure equitable participation. The news has come hard and fast. There are so many questions. People need time to process and to understand, and just maybe some additional community engagement may lead to some clearer direction. And more than that, hopefully will increase community buy-in. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jen.
Hi, good evening. Jen Cooper, EdTech Union President. I just wanted to start by saying thank you to Ms. Lena last night, your comments in the meeting. Your ability to see the resolution as 2 separate issues. The first being Lincoln has costly repairs that need attention, and the second being whether the question of consolidating to 2 middle schools to improve student success. Those are 2 hugely different things. They're 2 different issues that shouldn't be lumped together. And I thank you for calling that out in last night's meeting. I appreciate it. I'd like to use the rest of my time to advocate for the reinstatement of the 6 EdTech positions that are up for elimination in the current budget. There are 5 special ed positions and 1 multilingual EdTech position that is slated for elimination. Yesterday, I listened to Dr. Opperman say to the Lincoln staff that she's been told over and over again, there's not enough support in SPED. Yet we're eliminating positions. So EdTechs provide the necessary support to allow teachers to continue providing quality education to their students. They're often critical for supervising students with behavioral needs, as well as meeting the legal compliance requirements of students' IEPs, which is additional support. The district spent $125 to work with the DM. 125, I wish it was that much. Put a couple zeros after that. $125,000 to work with the DM group out of Boston to strengthen our student support. Nowhere in this very hefty, I read through it all, 135-page report, did it speak of eliminating positions. Instead, it was quote after quote calling for more support staff. The need's still there. These positions are needed in our community. And the one thing that was brought up during the meeting was the fact that these are positions that haven't been filled. And I challenge you as a board to go back and figure out, have those positions been posted the entire year? Often we see EdTech positions posted, and when they aren't filled within the first time frame, they never get reposted. So are they actually not needed? Or is there just not an opportunity for someone to come in and apply for the position? So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go back online. We'll start with Johanna Burden, please. Johanna, whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me now?
We can. We do hear an echo, however.
Let's see if this will go. What's that? No, it's not on. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Scallon, and members of the public. My name is Johanna Burton.
Johanna, you're still very echoey. Do you think you potentially are signed in twice?
No, I'm not. I will log off and try, if you want to take someone else and try to log back in.
Perfect. Annie Fenton?
Hi everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Actually, I liked the acoustics for Joanna. It sounded like she was giving a grand speech. But I wanted to speak on the school budget because I know we're coming into the final moments of putting that forward. I'm a parent of a second grader at Reiki Elementary School. And I spoke last time, but I kind of wanted to give a different vantage point on why I would like for us to remember Reiki and the East End Community School when we are thinking about school budgets. I know that equity is central to the district. And as we all know, over the past few weeks, Reiki and Easton in particular, all schools in Talbot, but Reiki and Easton in particular, faced substantial emergency crisis situations from ICE. There were some days when 35% of our students did not come to school because their parents, their families did not feel safe sending them. And that is just laden on top of some of the challenges that our community already faces at Reiki, with a substantial proportion of our student population are housing unstable. And we also have a large number of students who are coming in who speaking different languages and learning English for the first time. And all of that says that, one, we're a really resilient community, but that from an equity perspective, we are not standing on the same steps on the step ladder as other schools in our district. And so if we want all kids to have an equal opportunity, I think that we need to ensure that they have the basic resources to help them get there. And for Reiki, I think that again means thinking about more ed techs and also thinking about the makeup of the classroom when we are
30 seconds.
Deciding how many teachers per student. It should not just be a body issue. It should be how many students have stable housing, how many students are already speaking English. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Do we have Johanna back? Yeah, let's go ahead with Johanna Burden, please.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Scallon, and members of the public. My name is Johanna Burden. I'm a proud Portland taxpayer, parent of a Portland High graduate, and proud PPS staff member. Tonight, I wish to share my genuine alarm at the idea of cutting 1.5 or 2 high school counselors or social workers. To my current understanding, that would mean 1 full-time cut at Deering and 1 half-time cut at my workplace, Portland High. I do not think any of our 3 high schools can weather a counselor or social worker cut without severe consequences in services that students and families need and access. The 1 to 250 counselor to student ratio that the American School Counseling Association, ASCA, uses was chosen 60 years ago when the tasks, skills, and responsibilities required of school counselors were much different. ASCA and other research literature suggests that counselor to student ratios should be less than 1 to 250 for high schools, and less still if you have many low-income and/or potential first-generation college students. The district has secured grant funding from the Barr Foundation and grant help in the form of the RISE network, all focused on increasing college going, future planning, and financial aid form completion, all important goals. This is the work counselors lead in our schools, in addition to many other tasks, including counseling students with mental health concerns. Getting the related work accomplished requires more counselor time, not less. We also need all of our school social workers at all of our schools. I would ask the board and interested members of the public to make sure there's a district set ratio for high school counselor to student ratios. All Portland Public Schools counselors perform duties not traditionally considered appropriate by ASCA or other entities, which is what Casco's staff would pitch to you. Casco Bay High School has 2.5 counselors for an average of 380 students. That is a 1 to 152 students ratio. This is a great ratio. Portland Public High School students deserve this kind of ratio. Following that basic math, Deering and Portland should each have 5 full-time counselors looking at next year's enrollment data, not the proposed 4 each. Please know that I'm not advocating for Casco to lose a counselor or part of a counselor. I'm simply saying that all of the district students deserve to be served at very much the same ratio. I am seeing several central office positions being proposed to add to the budget that do not work directly with students and families. Please maintain direct services to students before adding more central office staff. I am also seeing on page 21 of the budget presentation that PHS will carry the majority of the proposed high school cuts when our enrollment numbers will only reduce by 2. That's right, 2 students in 26-27. This does not seem fair. And it appears that only Deering and Portland are taking proposed cuts, though both Casco and Portland will have the same enrollment numbers in 26-27 as they do currently in 25-26. Why are Portland and Deering high schools slated for cuts if only Deering's enrollment numbers will change? If cuts are
30 seconds.
Got it. If cuts are needed across high schools, why is Casco not sharing any of the burden of the proposed cuts? What other criteria are being used for these cuts other than enrollment? And can these other reasons please see the light of day for the sake of transparency and understanding? I love being a high school counselor for our students, our district, and our school. Please know my comments are meant in genuine service to our students and families across the city. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Maggie Burgos next.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, Maggie.
Thank you. Hi, good evening, school board members and Superintendent Scallon, and also
Oh,
members.
actually, Maggie, could you get closer to your microphone?
Yes,
You're a little quiet.
absolutely. Is this better?
Yes, I think. And Greg, can we turn her up at all? Okay, try again, Maggie.
Okay. Good evening. I am a Lincoln staff member and also a resident of Portland, and I am here to comment today on the meetings that happened yesterday in relationship to the financial budget, facilities, and also the consolidation of the middle schools. In the meetings that we had yesterday with both superintendent and school board members and members of central office, there were many, many questions that my colleagues asked that do not feel answered or did not get answered in the meeting. I am concerned about the urgency and emergency with which the school board is moving on this resolution. It feels too fast to do this in a way that is also showing the integrity and values of Portland Public Schools. And I really would like to urge the school board to pause and think about how this is affecting staff, how this is affecting our community, and ultimately what this will do for student outcomes. And I don't think that voting on this tonight and moving forward with a proposal to make this happen in 2026, 2027 is going to reflect the integrity and values of Portland Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Molly Adams on Zoom.
Hi.
Yep, we can hear you, Molly.
Hi, everybody. My name is Molly Adams, and I live at State and York Street, and I'm here to advocate on behalf of Reiki as well. I grew up in Portland. I went to Longfellow, Lincoln, and Deering. So this is my first time commenting at a public meeting. So thank you, everybody, for listening to my perspective about the budget and our schools' needs. And I believe in my heart and based on the data, I'm sure everybody listening does too, that like investing in public education, in particular, the education of young students is one of the most cost-effective ways to improve the social outcomes and economy in our state. So my daughter's now in first grade and she loves her teachers and friends and she's so excited for the new playground. And I love Reiki so much. I won't rehash what Annie said, but Reiki in East End community really need extra supports. So in talking to other parents, here's my understanding of what Reiki needs to better provide an equitable education. I was also bummed to see there are plans to eliminate multilingual ed tech position at the elementary level when Reiki would actually greatly benefit from an additional French-speaking ed tech. This role is going to support somebody acquiring English, and they're also going to serve as a translator for families. And that's so important to help kids just be kids and focus on their studies. And, you know, our current Spanish and Portuguese ed techs are so helpful. And we could also use literacy ed techs for each one of our kindergarten classrooms, helping those K students settle in and build those study skills. Those reading skills are so important for the rest of their time in school. Her teacher, Mrs. Wu, you know, high school kids were coming back to see her in kindergarten, their kindergarten teacher. You know, we've got kids who are coming right from home care, just nursery care. They're not all just English language learners. We have kids with so many different learning disabilities. Having that extra help is so important in that kindergarten room. And then the school also needs an interventionist for math. There's a lot of data coming out that we need interventions, and this is going to help kids with a critical skill that I think gets ignored a lot at the elementary level. And I'll reiterate what Annie said too about the class size policy. I guess in the inverse, I saw this effect for the teachers who had a lot of English language learners in their class at the end of January to also see that effect of having a half-empty classroom. It was more the sorrow of it all. But you saw how
30
unbalanced
seconds.
some of those classrooms were for those students. So thank you again to the board. Thank you to the community. Thank you for everybody who spoke tonight. I was listening and I'm just really inspired by the passion I'm hearing and reminds me why I love living in Portland and myself being a product of the schools at a different time can, you know, I hope I am a demonstration to the world of what a well-funded public education can be, especially when it's anchored in a physical community school. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to give public comment, either in the room or online? If you're online, please raise your Zoom hand now. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment as I'm not seeing anybody online or here in the room. Thank you all for your comments. I am going to move into my remarks and for the first time in a long time, we don't have an acute crisis right in front of us. So I'm going to start with a little bit of good news before we get into the challenges that we're facing right now. But first, I just wanted to say Ramadan Kareem to all those who are celebrating. In addition, many in our community are celebrating the Lunar New Year, the year of the fire horse, which it feels like the year of the fire horse, and are participating in Lent as a lead up to Easter this coming April. The Deering Players, which is a dramatic arts group, are presenting the Elephant's Graveyard one act this weekend. They're heading to regionals in March to compete in the one act competition. And they've been practicing this one act play for 2 months and they're ready for the public to come and see it. So it is going to be for one night only on Friday, February 27th at 7 p.m. at Deering High School. And in other good news for students, the Portland High School boys basketball team recently won the Class A South title. Portland will face North champion Camden Hills in the state championship game at 7:45 p.m. this Saturday at Cross Insurance Arena. Love to hear the good news. And while there are many things to celebrate right now, there are incredible challenges, as we've heard tonight, that the district is facing. And at the next meeting on March 10th, the superintendent will be presenting the first budget. And this budget is being built to account for several things. One, a $4.1 million loss in state funding, which is an amount of state funding that we have never lost. It is tremendous and hard to absorb any way we cut it. We have a decreasing enrollment of our students that is not just specific to Portland. It is a trend that's happening all across Maine, but forecasting shows that the decrease is meant to continue. And we are hoping to both do that and then bring forward a budget that will advance our priorities within the strategic plan. That is incredibly hard to do. And it's incredibly hard to do without increasing the burden on our local taxpayers or renters who often get the costs passed on to them. The board will be tasked with making important trade-offs that will often represent a less than ideal scenario. All of the decisions, board, that we are going to make around this budget are less than ideal. Let's just acknowledge that none of these cuts that that are going to be in front of us are things that we want to do by any means. But we do ask that the public participate. As we saw tonight, there will be more opportunities to continue with public comment at each of our board meetings, and you can always email us. In times of heavy email, all of us may not be able to respond to every email that's coming in, but we're certainly reading them all. And, you know, this is my fourth budget year, and every year I think that it will get easier, and it just doesn't. And it makes me sad and frustrated and angry that we live in a country that values public education in the way that it does, that it is not adequately funded by the state and federal level, and it's left to us to find solutions. And that makes me angry because it's not okay and our kids suffer. So tonight, during committee reports, you're going to hear about some other challenges that we're facing. First, an extensive amount of work needed to keep Lincoln Middle School's pipes from failing, needed advocacy at the state level to help shape future funding formula so that Portland's funding does not continue to decrease. And finally, we'll hear about a resolution coming to the board in March at the next meeting that will direct the superintendent to prepare a report on how best to model our middle schools and decrease the building footprint to 2 schools. All of these challenges are big, they are multi-layered, and they will have far-reaching impacts on our community. We recognize this as a board, that there's a financial and emotional and personal impact on everyone in our community with these decisions, and that's just not something that we're taking lightly. And we are going to do our best to share as much information as we can, as soon as we can, on each of these topics. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to a student representative. Student Representative Grant for the Portland High School update.
Hi, here's a bunch of good news from Portland High School.
Great.
Just starting off, this is kind of a random list, but starting off with the National History Day Fair. The week before break, 10th grade students presented their National History Day Fair projects to staff, fellow peers, and other members of the community. This year, the prompt was Revolution, Reaction, and Reform in History. Students presented on a variety of topics that they had researched for around a month and had created a presentation involving a trifold and an oral summary of their work. Students worked hard to create interesting and thoughtful presentations. Also happening before break and the first few days after break was access testing. Students in ELL have been working very hard on access testing the week before break and a few days following break. So just a big congrats to all students who participated in access testing. Right now, it was primarily before break, but course selection for next year was happening for freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. Students work with their guidance counselors and current teachers to select courses that are right for them and keep them on track for graduation. Just a report on the student council. The student council has been working on multiple things over the past months, including a March calendar raffle, a fundraiser where student council receives donations from local businesses for a raffle in order to raise money for 2 scholarships that student council rewards to students at the end of the year. One of the scholarships is to a anonymously selected student from the senior class, and one of them is to a senior that is on the student council. Student council has also developed a wellness committee. The wellness committee aims to address student well-being and provide support for all students during stressful and difficult times. Student council also has regular meetings with administration to discuss school matters and to maintain a connection between students and staff. I attend all of those meetings, so they also have a bridge to the board. Executive boards. Each grade has its own student government body, and their primary goal is fundraising for their class. Freshman Executive Board recently completed their annual Hearts fundraiser, where they sell paper hearts for $1 and that are put up around the first floor atrium for Valentine's Day. Each heart has a message on it, and it is one of the most successful student fundraisers each year. The sophomores and juniors are working on restaurant fundraisers for this coming spring, and the senior class is working on planning the student staff dodgeball game. This is just a summary of some recent sports news. For basketball, as Chair Lentz already said, last Friday, the boys basketball team beat Cheverus 48-30 in the Class A South Regional Final. On Saturday, they will play Camden Hills at the Cross Insurance Arena at 7:45 p.m. For indoor track, last week, the indoor track and field team competed at the Class A State Championship meet, and the team had many successes. Aziz Mohammed and Josh Mwanda got 3rd and 4th, respectively, in the boys 400 meter. The boys 4x200 meter relay team placed 4th, and the boys 4x800 relay team of Emil Olens, Liam Alexander, Owen Blades, and Aziz Mohammed placed 1st. Freshman Nora Schmidt won the girls 2-mile, and Kate Morrison placed 6th in 2-mile. The girls 4x800 team of Kate Morrison, Maisie Chalmers, Nora Schmidt, and Priyana Fongami won the 4x800. For swimming, the girls' Portland Deering combined team placed 3rd at Southwesterns, and both the boys and girls team will head to states on March 6th. For Nordic skiing, Emma Price won the 2nd in the girls' classical race, 3rd in the skate, and 3rd overall at the Class A Nordic State Championship. And just in general, a big congrats to all of the winter athletes for amazing seasons. Just a recap of what's going on with junior planning. All juniors at Portland started junior planning at the beginning of the 2nd semester. Each week, juniors meet in groups with their guidance counselors to discuss topics such as career ideas, course selection, planning for college applications, setting up Common App, and financial aid. Students also meet one-on-one with their counselor for a junior interview, so the guidance counselor can get a sense of students' future plans and hopes. This also gives counselors good information for letters of recommendation. This is just a shout out from the school to community members for helping teachers and students during difficult times, especially during the height and ice presence. Thank you to all who donated food and other items, and a big thank you to the volunteers who stood outside the school building during the beginning of the day when students entered the building and during the end of the day when students were leaving the building. And just some things to look forward to that are coming up. In early March, Portland High will be hosting a STEM Expo. Many different STEM-related organizations will come set up tables in the gym, and students from Portland High School and also King Middle School usually can learn about local STEM organizations. The Portland High Dance Club will have a performance at the first week of March, and Student Wellness Day is coming up. There isn't a date set, but usually it's in the week of March conferences. Student Wellness Day, also known as Social Emotional Wellness Day, will also happen within the first few weeks of March. Like I said, the date isn't set yet. Students will come to school and get to participate in fun activities with their advisories. Last year, we had many different games, pancake making, emotional sport dogs, bingo, to name a few, and we're excited to be able to have this opportunity for students again this year. This year, the Student Council will also be collaborating with staff to help out with running the Wellness Day. Right now, the idea is that different club leaders will help run different activities in order for more students to possibly get involved with clubs that they are interested in at school. So that's a lot of things that are happening.
You're right. That was a lot of great news. Thank you so much for sharing. Does anybody have questions for Student Representative Grant? No, I don't see any questions. Thank you so much for your presentation. And up next, we have Superintendent Remarks.
Good evening, everybody. First, Student Rep Grant, thank you so much for the comments and took about 4 of my things off my list. So I really appreciate it. First, I want to recognize that this is an especially important time of year for many in our community. Last week marked the beginning of the holy month of Ramadan, a month of fasting, reflection, and prayer. It happens this year that Ramadan coincides with the beginning of Lent, a similar period of fasting and reflection for many Christians. And the Chinese New Year was celebrated last week as well. I send my best wishes to all who are observing these holy days. Yesterday was our first storm-related remote learning. I appreciate all the work done by our schools, our students, and our parents to ensure that learning could continue. Our preference is always for in-person learning, but with the forecast rising to blizzard level on Sunday afternoon, we needed to shift to the remote option to ensure student safety. I want to thank our facility staff who came out during the storm to take care of our buildings and ensure that snow was cleared. Also, a huge thank you to our food services team members who came out to serve meals at 9 sites. Overall, the day went smoothly for our first remote learning, snow related. At the same time, there are certainly things that we can do better, and we are looking at our processes and continuing to think about how we improve those, including about what it looks like for screen time for students and the take-home packets for elementary students. So I want to acknowledge both the dedication and work that everybody did, including our families around this, and the fact that, like all things, we can continue to improve our process. Last, as everybody heard, our Portland Bulldogs have a big game on Saturday. Want to encourage everybody to come out. Make sure you purchase your tickets in advance. And so, Dr. Warren, if we can make sure that that's posted online so that folks know where to get tickets. But congratulations and go Bulldogs. Thank you.
Wonderful. And up next, we're going to do committee reports. And just a reminder to the board to take a look at the personnel list that's attached to the superintendent's comments. But committee reports, we've got finance, personnel, and operations up first.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Super. So I will be giving the update from the Finance, Personnel, and Operations Committee. We are moving away from good news. I really appreciated the Portland High School good news report. This is not that, unfortunately. There's 3 main areas I want to talk about. I want to talk about the work that we've been doing around policy review, the work that we are doing around the FY27 budget, and then also a presentation that we got from the facilities team about the state of Lincoln Middle School. So the first topic, policy review, the committee has been.
Your mic just went out. Greg, Representative Bryden's mic just went out. Can we try again? You want to grab Fatuma's? Careful picking it up by.
Okay, great.
We got it.
How's this?
Perfect.
Super. Okay. As a committee, we have been reviewing a handful at a time policies that are relevant to the areas of finance, personnel, and operations in terms of doing a cursory review to pass along, then to have Drummond, our council, review our feedback, and then also move that along to the policy committee for part of a broader review. And I just wanted to provide an update that work has been effectively paused for a couple of meetings because there have been so many other meaty discussions that really need our attention. Also, our committee structure really limits us to 85, 90 minutes in a meeting, so we don't have the cushion to really be able to extend our meeting time. So, second big topic from the last month's worth of committee meetings is, of course, fiscal year 27 budget conversations. So that's ongoing. We're continuing to get updates from staff on some of the trade-offs we will need to be reviewing. As Chair, as you mentioned, the reduction of more than $4 million of state funding and other components that are going to be critical to understand as we move from discussion and draft preparation of the superintendent's budget forward through the process as we do every year. We also have gotten financial updates on a monthly basis from the finance team, which is very much appreciated and allows us to see month to month where we are on both expenditures and revenues. Finally, I would invite folks to actually go in and watch the recording of yesterday's Finance, Personnel, and Operations Committee meeting, specifically around the topic of Lincoln Middle School. So the facilities team provided us with an update on a number of concerns, the fire alarm system, ADA compliance at the entry, security around the entry, and lighting are all items that they alluded to in terms of needing attention, but the biggest issue is around the HVAC and heating system in the building. It's very old and in disrepair. So this heating season, there have been more than 15 service calls, specifically meaning that the district employee who does HVAC goes in, something's broken, and it's so broken that they need to call in somebody else to address the problem. For a little bit of history around this, in April of 2025, there was so to back up another step, what we're talking about here is the heating system of Lincoln is it's forced hot water. So there's pipes running through the building with hot water, and that's what brings heat throughout the building. And in April of 2025, there was a major system leak, which prompted a study of the condition of these pipes. So it's not pipes that are bringing hot water to a faucet, in a sink, but the pipes are carrying hot water through the building for the purposes of heating the rooms throughout the building. So there was a condition study of some of the pipes, sort of like spot checking to see what's going on. In July of 2025, the district took over HVAC for so instead of having the city providing HVAC services, July of 2025 is when the district took that over for our facilities. And then in August of 2025, there was another endeavor to inspect some of the pipes and sort of look at what is in the skeleton of this building, and a couple of particularly alarming statements from the facilities team around those findings. There were sections with little to no remaining service life in the pipes. So there's corrosion, there's thinning pipes, and just repeatedly reports of things leaking and breaking and presenting safety concerns. So there is a potential for, a pipe that has thinned and corroded so much that it breaks to cause hot water and steam to just burst out of the pipes, potentially near electrical components. So the conversation was not uplifting. It was very alarming, and the facilities team also explained that in order to repair the problems, it would take 6 to 12 months of work, and it would have to be done without students in the building. So we're talking about a severe problem. I did ask whether it is a problem year-round or only during the heating season, and thankfully these problems are only present, and the risk is during the heating season, so October to April. I know in some buildings and in some facilities, there's also a need for, heating systems to continue to operate for the purposes of hot water. That's not what this is. So by the time we get to April, we won't have to sit and wonder about, how much are we going to roll the dice and is the problem going to happen that might cause a safety problem. There are concerns, I think, about moving into the next heating season and whether potential failures of the internal heating system of the building might cause not just safety concerns, but also challenges around the ability to maintain temperature. So if there were to be a problem in December or January, I'm not sure, what that means for our ability to keep classrooms a reasonable temperature in the dead of winter. So that was a very it was an unpleasant conversation, but I'm glad to have the information because, it's very relevant information. And I think we're going to need to fold that into other conversations about our responsibility as a board.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board or student representatives about that update? Board Member Lena, go ahead.
Oh, geez. Thank you. I haven't watched the recording yet. Did the facilities team give any potential, what's the word, suggestions on how the repairs could be done, like logistically?
So, I mean, my understanding, and I would invite the superintendent to chime in if there are gaps in what I'm saying. So my understanding is that in terms of the current use of the building, a student body of more than 300 students, the only way to do it is to have at least a temporary period of time where there's no students in the building. So, because it's a longer project than a summer, 3 months is not enough time to do the work. There are some components, I think, that can be phased, but there's a core piece of work that's 6 months to a year that really needs to be, an empty building. Or I think also an empty building or a building that's not being used by 300 students. So I don't know the level of, I don't know how the options might, I don't know if there's a way to use one wing of the building for something other than middle school classrooms while another wing of the building is being repaired. I don't know about that level of detail, but
Dr. Warren wants to get in here.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So this is all evolving, right? So as a starting point, we have this assessment, which is fairly clear. It's not good, but the next step of this process is a study that will be conducted by Harriman, which has done a lot of our work on buildings for our future and other projects. So they'll be looking at different options for how we can address the problem, including sort of trying to repair the existing system, which would be an overhaul, taking out pipes and replacing and redoing, basically. For everything from that to rethinking completely, looking into whether there's a more sustainable way of doing this. Is there any way of doing heat pumps and what would that look like? So we're expecting to have that back in April. And that next phase of the study will help us figure out what the next steps are. As far as our team understands it right now, none of those potential solutions are quick or easy fixes, and their best understanding at this stage is that it would take probably 6 months to a year of having the building empty in order to carry out one of those paths. But we can't say for sure until we get that next study back to help us figure out the right way forward.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Any other questions from the board or student representatives? Okay, I'm not
I have a
seeing any.
question.
Oh, go right ahead. I'm sorry I didn't see your hand.
Oh, no worries. My question, one of them was answered. The second one is, were we given like a timeline of, okay, you need to start work on these pipes at this specific time, or like how much time do we have basically until it's too dangerous? Not too dangerous, you know what I mean?
So
go ahead.
No, I would, by all means. But I was just, so thank you, Board Member Ali, for the question. I did ask a question very similar to that. I essentially asked, what level of risk do we have in terms of people being in the building, and how much of a lurking problem is this? And the response that I heard was that it's impossible to really say for sure. It did sound like there was one situation where there had been a leak in the ceiling above a teacher's desk. I'm not sure, what the outcome was from that, but Dr. Warren, I would invite you to add.
Yeah, I think that's right. We don't know exactly, and that's one of the things that's challenging about the whole situation is that we don't know until we know. But certainly it's something that we need to treat seriously and with a sense of urgency. We also, it's a strange situation we're in this year where we're transitioning over, having taken over responsibility for HVAC from the city. And so we're learning a lot of things about our buildings and our HVAC systems that we didn't have as much, direct insight into before when we weren't the ones managing it. And so, we have to assume that this situation was going on before we took over, because it's been brewing for presumably a number of years. And so, we had that one fairly major failure last year where we got a lot of water into the building. And we don't know, when the next one of those might happen. I think that the leak you were talking about, and part of what happens is you'll see it in the tiles, the ceilings, pointing up the ceiling tiles, because sometimes you'll see, discoloration, and that's part of what tips them off that there's something they need to go looking for the problem. But yeah, unfortunately, we just can't predict for sure. We know that the system is not in good shape and that that's throughout the building. The team has told me, because both Superintendent Scallon and I have asked that question, is could we potentially shut down one part of the building while we're doing this work? And again, we don't have that next study back yet, but their sense so far is that it's probably not going to be something that could be done piecemeal in different parts of the building, just because of the nature of the way the system is laid out and the interconnectedness and the pipes being, problematic throughout the building.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Yusra Ali, did you have another question?
No, thank you.
Okay. So we'll move now on to Policy Committee. Board Member Lena, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. The Policy Committee has been reviewing the draft 2026-2027 calendar, and last meeting, we voted to approve the draft calendar. So that will be coming to the full board at our next meeting on March 10th. I do want to thank Dr. Warren and her team for working really hard on it. There was a lot of consulting with our union partners to make sure that those dates worked well for everybody. We also had to align with neighboring districts because of our arts and technology programming. We have students from other districts that come and take classes here at Paths. So there's just a lot of work that went into it, and it seems like we have a great draft that people agree on. So that will be coming soon. At our next at our next policy committee meeting, we will be reviewing the policy GBEB, staff conduct with students. Board Member Sautel and I have been working on revisions to that one in conjunction with Dr. Warren. We will have legal counsel at our next policy meeting, so I encourage any board members to send me and Dr. Warren any questions you may have in advance regarding that policy, and also any staff or families that are listening. If you have questions about that policy, feel free to email me those, as we'll have legal counsel with us to review that. We also will be reviewing policy BEDH again about public comment at our next meeting. And then Dr. Warren and I are going to be working on the upcoming calendar and revisiting some policies that we have looked at once or twice and need to move forward with, which are IHBB, gifted students, IIB, class size, and ECC, extreme temperature policy.
Beautiful. Any questions for Board Member Lena? Just double check online. Okay, I see no questions for you. So we'll go ahead. Board Member Upperman, are you ready for curriculum and success?
We are ready.
Okay, go ahead.
We've met twice since our last report. February 9th meeting included reports from the staff on the strategic plan goals 3.1 and 3.2 and 3.3. So this is looking at the SEL curriculum and the relationships in order to promote a joyful, supportive, and safe culture. The elementary classroom has been using a purposeful people at a tier 1 level throughout the district, been generally well received, and tier 2, our smaller group focused program has been piloted at Talbot's Peaks, Reiki, and Presumpscot. Professional development for the staff is ongoing, and the administration is monitoring the implementation and progress with walkthroughs. There is discussion for next year, potential universal screener tool to help educators screen and identify students who may be at risk of developing behavior disorder. So that discussion will be coming up again at some point. At the middle schools and high school, positive behavior intervention and support, PBIS, is the model, and they're trying to explicitly teach the expectations, create a positive environment, and ensure students hear the same expectation and for all the building, throughout the building. There were some attendance issues this winter, largely due to significant flu outbreak and the personal safety concerns of families. Students, school staff, and the Portland community at large continue to work to mitigate the safety concerns. Overall absent rates in the elementary schools are well within goals, and the middle school rates have improved. High school general absence rate to date is more than twice the district targeted goal of 15% and is higher than the previous year's rate. Chronic absenteeism as of January 1 within the district is at target for elementary school and close with the middle schools. But with the high school is much larger. Middle school curriculum, ELA program, and other aspects also came up at the next meeting. There are in February 23rd. The district-wide middle school collaboration among teachers is ongoing. 8th grade is teachers and administrators and other groups are meeting with the 9th grade to make the best possible transition from middle school to high school. And with all that, there was no public comment at that meeting. In February 23rd, last night, meeting was entirely focused on middle schools because this is something that the committee has been hearing more and more about it. At this one, the previous year's records and academic performance, student experience and self-efficacy data, enrollment data, and per pupil costs, facility limitations were brought together in one presentation and shared. Academic evidence showed that though trends of improvement outcomes were seen in English language arts, about 30% of middle school students are below state proficiency in English language arts. That's in excess of 100 students. Mathematics data showed that there was 60% of students, or several hundred, are below the proficiency expectations, although there was improvement over the last 3 years for the whole group of the entire population. Very thankful to Dr. Proctor and the technology team, the data team, Haley and Matt, for looking and finding a cohort of 400 students in the middle schools where they could follow the test results from 5th grade through 6th and into 7th grade. This again showed modest improvement, about 6.8% over those 3 years. Mathematics showed that there was a 10-point drop in proficiency in the same students over those 3 years. Less than 38% of the students were math proficient in 7th grade. This was in the cohort, but also these trends were present in all of the other middle school students, including all subgroups. Students indicated that they saw positive improvement in many interpersonal interactions, but from 24 to 25, from their data from their student survey. They did say, however, that they did not see improvement in classroom behavior so that teachers could teach. There was no improvement in the environment for teachers to teach, although they did like school more and the other like. Parents believe that teachers care about their children, but that the teachers need to have higher expectations of their students. And 3 out of 4 parents would recommend their school to other parents. Chronic absenteeism is a problem in all middle schools. More than 14% of students are chronically absent so far this year, and in the middle schools, and there's a pattern of increasing absenteeism from 6th grade to 8th grade. That is particularly noticed in the Hispanic Latino population, and that must be addressed. In general, there's good attendance, in not those who are necessarily chronically absent. In suspensions, the recorded number of suspensions is lower this year than last year in the middle schools, with Lincoln Middle School showing the lowest number of suspension incidents across the middle schools. In the recording of the various incidents, ethnic, racial disproportionality was evident. Particularly Black students in middle school are more likely to be suspended than the Black population would suggest. If you look at the data on the slides, it would be useful. Black girls are more likely to be suspended than white girls. Declining student enrollments persist in all middle schools among all subgroups. Class sizes were significantly different in different middle schools. Classes in the same content area and grade level can vary widely from 9 students in a class to 25 students in a class, depending upon school. If averaging all the class sizes across the schools, the average is less than the upper elementary class sizes, so that elementary classes in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade are larger than the average middle school class. The cost of educating one student varies across the middle schools. Lincoln student per pupil cost is $19,826. The average middle school cost per student is $17,463. Most of the cost in these numbers is due to salaries and benefits. All middle schools have a utilization rate of 60% across the board, and that is that they utilize 60% of their classroom space, significantly lower than that of the elementary schools. These data prompted a proposal to improve student academic and social experiences across the middle schools, and such that staff and resources would be distributed into 2 campuses. And there's a good deal of discussion by the committee and the public, which was really good to see the public listening and engaging in the topic. A resolution was presented, discussed, and was sent on to the board as a vote of 3-1. It will come to the board for discussion and first read and discussion at the next meeting. So we're hoping for more and continued discussion. The resolution is written and is presented in the notes. You can click on it, and it's also to see what it is, so we can see before the first reading. Essentially, it is asking to really do a serious study of the situation in the middle schools to understand why consistently we're having such poor results and why some of the anecdotal information that I have collected from teachers and parents and students across the district, as others have heard, why these are occurring. So there will be more data collection going on. And so students, teachers, parents will all be asked to contribute, and a proposal for a very comprehensive and effective middle school model will be worked over the course of the next year. There are deadlines set for hearing from the administration as far as to what they are able to discern, and that those benchmarks or deadlines are within the next 6 to 8 months. The thought is at this in the resolution, as it is stated now, is that in a year or so that the middle schools would be able to be reorganized, all of which can be, as we've discussed among ourselves, resolutions can be modified. So we continue to hear information, and we appreciate the hearing from students, teachers, and parents. Thank you. Now, next time we will be hearing from the ESOL programming, the grading task force, and the MTSS and RTI practices. So do feel free to listen to that discussion as well.
Thank you, Board Member Upperman. Are there questions for Board Member Upperman from representatives or other board members? Oh,
yes.
I see your hand. Go ahead, Board Member Sato.
Just a quick question. Is the investigation leading, or investigation is the right word, but
the study.
The study, thank you, leading to the plan. Is that something that would be done in-house, or would a consultant be brought in to help
It
with
would be done in-house. It does to save costs. But in-house means the community.
Thank you.
Other questions for Board Member Upperman? Just double check Zoom really quickly. I see that we have an attendee with their hand up, but there is no public comment right now. These are just report outs.
There's no vote today.
Yes. Representative Grant, go ahead.
I was just wondering, you were talking about the different percentages of proficiency in math and reading. Is that coming from NWEA testing or different sorts of testing?
There are a couple of different sorts. I believe it's NWEA particularly, and other state testing values. So yeah.
Okay.
It's basically the state testing. So it's proficiency is set by the state, and we are hopefully helping students be more than proficient.
Yes.
And that's the plan.
I just wanted to know what it
meant. Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Any other questions? Okay. I'm going to move on to Public and Legislative Affairs. This committee, we continue to track what is happening with our current EPS allocation. So really understanding the $4.1 million gap, and then also working with our representatives to see if there's anything that we can do to get some of those funds in a different way. So right now the government is working on the supplemental budget. There's a lot of pieces of policy moving. One of the things you can do around your EPS allocation is if your student count has changed, you can submit that information. So our student count has gone up a bit since October 1st, which is our official count. So we submitted that information and are waiting to see kind of, it's not going to be close to what we need, but it will be something. So we're just continuing to work on that and working with our representatives in Augusta. And then secondarily, which is a big body of work and something that we've been talking about for years, but it's really coming into fruition now, is that the Education Committee in Augusta asked an organization called M.R.S.A to do a study of the funding formula, the EPS funding formula, and to come back to the committee with recommendations on what changes could be made. Because it's not just Portland that is, we are certainly having the biggest cut, but there are school districts across the state that are really not getting their needs met. As a reminder, the state pays for 55% of education costs overall, but some communities like ours only see about 15% of their education costs covered by the state, and there are even communities that get 0% covered. So this organization, M.R.S.A, has really done a ton of research. They did a lot of community outreach. I have talked to them, other board members have talked to them. And so they recently put out a report with their recommendations and presented to the Education Committee. And their recommendations are in 4 areas. The first one is what's called a regional adjustment. So with the EPS formula now, there's a regional adjustment to kind of account for how much people pay their staff. But that hasn't been updated really in a long time. Has it ever been updated, Dr. Scallon? Do you remember?
Current first back to
Okay, 2006. So this funding formula has been in place since 2005 without any updates. So there is a recommended update to change that regional adjustment so that cities like Portland or bigger cities that are paying their staff more. Right now, the kind of like base level number in that formula is 40,000, which is lower than we pay staff. So that is one adjustment that is coming up for recommendation. The second one is incorporating economically disadvantaged data into a community's ability to pay. So right now, the community's ability to pay is based solely on the valuation of their community and property. And so we have seen in the last year that there was an increase of $20 billion in the valuation of property in Portland, right? And so what happens is it doesn't matter how many students we have in the district, or if we lose, or that valuation piece kind of like overtakes everything else in the formula because it's the way that it's weighted. So they are looking at some differences to change the way that valuation is incorporated, potentially looking at the overall income rate in a community as part of that balance. So looking at weighted a 90-10 split, a 50-50 split, and a 75-25 split to see what that would do for communities. The Education Committee did seem receptive to making both of these changes that I've named, and they have asked for more models from M.R.S.A to see what the different formulas would be. So like in a 90-10, the 90% would still be using valuation, and then you would take into account 10% of the income levels in a community. 50-50 is equal, and then 75-20 would be flipping it around. It does seem like that there is interest from the Education Committee in upping that number to 50-50 or 75-25, and which is something that I think that we would want to advocate for as it gets closer to getting into a bill. Then changing the weights for additional funding for economically disadvantaged students. Right now that already exists within the formula, but increasing those weights even more. So for communities that have high poverty levels, they would be compensated by the state more. Again, though, unless we change something about valuation tremendously, over time, it's just not gonna, in 2 years, that could potentially be absorbed. And then the fourth area that they haven't gotten into a ton yet, they're going to do another presentation, is around transportation costs and special education. So right now, I don't think that there's a district in the state that is getting compensated for their special education costs at the level that it costs to educate a student right now. And that is a glaring need, and the Education Committee has heard that. So I think that they are taking that into consideration and potentially adjusting what the formula would allocate for special education. I will say that some of these recommendations are about reallocating the money that's already in the system, and then there are some that would add funds to the overall amount that the state is funding. So the Education Committee is deep in it right now, and we are tracking that. Dr. Valenzuela and I are, really tracking that to see at what point is it the time to start advocating, and also how can we best find allies in this, because again, it's not just Portland. Any city that has high valuation is really this formula just doesn't work as intended. So the next couple steps are M.R.S.A is doing another presentation, and then they'll also be drafting the bill language based on the recommendations that they've brought forward and what the committee has said that they want in the bill. So that's what's coming up next. And then a whole other kind of like track of things happening in Augusta is around school construction. And I am not totally up to date on the report that was just released. It's about 100 pages. So I've not read it all the way through, but this is a way that, and you've probably seen articles in the Press Herald about the number of buildings that we have in the state versus the amount of students. As I said before, the decreased enrollment is statewide. And so we are finding ourselves with lots of buildings that are old and need work without the funds to keep them up to date for the students. So that's something else we're tracking. Board members, if you can just make sure to sign up for community engagement sessions that are happening this spring. It's linked in the update, and Diligent Community and students also will get you that. So you're welcome to join those as well. And the next meeting will just be doing some more bill tracking and continuing to monitor what's happening with the EPS funding formula. Any questions on any of that? Yes. Oh, we got lots of questions. That's good. Board Member Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question about what M.R.S.A is doing in terms of consolidating recommendations for a potential bill. Is it accurate to say that that would be a bill put forward in this current session?
So we were just talking about this week. We believe that it is. However, we do not know for sure when that bill would be enacted.
When it would
take effect.
Sounds like there's a lack of clarity or like a lack of certainty around when the bill would even start moving. And even if it did move in this current session, and we were lucky enough to see something good pass, when the effective date would be. And
so we do know that it's not going to change our allocation this year, 100%. So if it gets kicked in, we are guessing that it would be for the next cycle, but we don't know that.
So that's the most optimistic time frame.
The Education Committee could say that they want to delay things or put a time frame on it, and they just haven't gotten to that.
Okay. Are there other opportunities for outside of the EPS reimagining? Are there any opportunities for funding opportunities like out of the supplemental budget that is being crafted right now? Is that the other part?
That's what we're working with representatives on right now. We don't have a clear pathway, but those are the conversations that are happening.
Yeah. And then, thank you. And then my last question would be, I know you said that, part of what's happening right now is trying to get a sense of like when the most effective ways to advocate and when to start doing that. How can folks find out about that so that if there are folks who want to like reach out to their legislators and say, Portland really needs help, how can folks like be aware of those mechanisms and know when and how to do that?
Yeah, so Dr. Valenzuela has really taken the lead on that, and we anticipate using the community newsletter. If something happens faster than that, we could consider using a bulletin, but it would mostly come through email to all Portland public families and then social media layered on top of that.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Great questions. Board Member Ali.
What's up, y'all? That was thank you, Chair. So I'm trying to really consolidate all of this information that we're given in such a crisis moment while just dealing with previous crisis moments back to back. And I think just I think you were also asking on how people our community can participate in supporting that bill, especially the $4.1 million loss that we're going to have this year, not knowing that if this bill does pass, in reconsolidating the how they measure everything, if it will take in effect and start next year or not. But working in the state, one of the best things you can do is do a testimonies for that bill, and really, I mean, this is for anybody that's listening as well. And we do hear a lot of the feedback that we're hearing about these decisions that we might make or not, and understanding that a lot of it's I'm seeing it now, being in the city rather than the state, that these are state situations that are affecting us in our city. So that being said, I am I'm having like a big question mark in a lot of the because all this is connected right now, right? So when it comes to student success, when it comes to the finance, when it comes to legislative piece, I'm seeing a lot of the attendance thing and the suspension thing, and then very terrible, not terrible from my perspective, not good data that I'm seeing from math and as well as ELA, any type of language art testings being low. And in consolidating the middle schools, my question is Ryan, do you believe that moving forward, right now in this crisis, that this may be one of the best options that we have to consolidate the middle schools and try to see if we can improve in all the factors that we were discussing today from both members?
So I think it'd be premature for me to weigh in on the board resolution that is up for discussion at the March 10th meeting. I think that there's a reality that we face that our strategic plan pushes us to continue to improve outcomes for students and pushes us to do that in a thoughtful way that has been staggered over 5 years, right? And staged over 5 years to do that. And the initial work of the strategic plan is showing that it's improving outcomes for students and that it is helping to close gaps, not at the pace that any of us want to. And the reality is that this work is not something that happens overnight. So that's one piece. I think the second piece is that every year we have financial challenges, and that those financial challenges come within a number of contexts, but one of them is the fact that part of the state funding formula for us is around property valuation. And the reason that they have that property valuation in there is because they're saying that that is the local ability to cover cost. And so what they're saying in their state funding formula for this coming year is that the local ability to cover expenses is $3.3 million higher than it was last year. The reason my number of 3.3 is a little bit different than the 4.1, which is the reduction, is about $800,000 of that reduction is because of lower student enrollment. $3.3 million of that is around property valuation. Just to give you a sense of how significant the property valuation is to this formula is we asked the state and they ran analysis that said if Portland property valuation did not change from last year to this year, our actual funding would have gone up $7.8 million. And so it went from going up to going down. Now, it's not quite an apples to apples to hold Portland's property valuation flat while others go up, but it shows you that significant swing that has. And so I think that what we see in the last 3 years is that every year we've had to weigh trade-offs in our budget, and we've tried to do it as strategically as possible while recognizing that reductions in staff are real, and our student enrollment population has gone down by 6.7% over the last, I think, 7 or 8 years. Well, our school staffing population has actually gone up. And so that's a piece that we need to like wrestle with within any budget process. And so I think that in the budget, one of the things that the board has asked for is like, are there other structural adjustments that need to happen, including things like consolidation of a school? And so I think that that's a question that sits with the board and is something for discussion starting at the March 10th meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. So yeah, I do see, I see the abruptness of why this resolution came up, and it is very unfortunate, but I thank everyone for the information that was given today. So yeah. And lastly, on behalf of the current bill or whatever is happening up in the legislature, I think it was 381, right?
318.
318. If anyone wants to like provide any testimony or be helpful in any possible way, you can go ahead and provide testimony there through their website, or you can go to the workshops or the discussions in committee, and it's very helpful. I've done that before, and it supported many bills to be passed. So, yeah. So thank you guys.
Yeah, and we'll make sure to announce when those are, so people know. Any other questions? All right, then we're gonna move on to the ad hoc committee. Ms. Bondo.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. All right, so yes, so I would like just to refresh the public about the purpose and the foundation of the ad hoc committee. So it comes from the resolution. So the committee exists as a direct response to the resolution affirming the district commitment to equity, belonging, and supportive school. So our mandate is to act with deliberate speed to ensure the district is a safe space for all students and staff. So the committee is composed by 3 board members. Board Bryden, no M.R.S.A as a chair. So we have a technical support of the superintendent, Jennifer Brady, who's the director of People and Belonging, and Lisa Burke, who's our senior director of finances. So our core objective for the committee is the audit. So our primary task is to identify and hire an external firm to conduct a district-wide equity investigation. This audit will act as a mirror test to help us understand where we are using the best practices, for and meeting needs for students and staff, and also where the gaps exist for students and staff. So right now we are drafting the RFP. So just for definition purpose, is a request for proposal framework. So the RFP is an open competitive bidding process for professional services. So we are on the stage on the drafting it. We are currently on the process. So we've been supporting by the senior director, Lisa, who has completed an intensive review of all the request framework, all the timeline, information requirement, and legal standards. So we have also, we call the wish list, so that means we began drafting the initial scope of work to define our visionary goal. So we had only 2 meetings. For next meeting steps, that means we will continue to create a formal document that included all the detailed scope of the work, and also with Lisa, we're going to map and discuss different elements of the statement of work. So just to make sure the RFP is legally sound and mission aligned for what we want to accomplish. So I don't know if you both, Bryden, you want to add something or?
I don't have a lot to add. I am excited to move forward in our upcoming meeting, discussing the RFP itself and really watching the work continue to move forward.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any questions? Do you have, and I know that we asked this last time, but I can't remember what you said, just the timeline of when you want to get it posted?
It's still on process, so I think on Friday we may have some more details from Lisa. So
beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Was that a hand? Okay. Let me just double check Zoom. Okay. So now we're going to move to the report of the secretary. We have 2 sets of notes tonight. First, we have the consideration and action to approve the meeting minutes of February 10th, 2026. Are there any corrections for those meeting minutes? Okay, seeing none, the meeting minutes are approved as distributed. And then we have the consideration and action to approve the public forum on fiscal year 2027 budget minutes of February 10th, 2026. Are there any corrections to those minutes? Okay, so seeing no corrections, the meeting minutes are approved as distributed. We are actually going to flip old business and personnel to get to the attendance boundaries committee. So up tonight, we have the second read for the consideration and action to approve recommendations of the attendance boundaries committee. Is there a motion for that consideration? Thank you, Board Member Bryden. Is there a second? Thank you, Board Member Opperman. Are there any questions from the board? Board Member Ali?
Could you reiterate that, please?
Yeah, it's the consideration and action to approve the recommendations of the attendance boundaries committee. So we went deeply into those in the last meeting. This is the second read. Board Member Sautel, go ahead.
Can you just clarify what it means to approve the findings?
So it's approving the recommendations was at the end of the report. So things like, charging the district to look at the certain policies, to make the minimal recommendations for the elementary boundaries, which would total 31 students. One thing that I think was not clear to everybody is that those 31 students can be done over time. So there would be minimal impact for them. But it was basically everything that was outlined at the end of the report.
I think I didn't ask my question correctly. This is like not the final project, right? This is product. This is still ongoing discussion. I mean, obviously, if we're talking about middle schools.
So the work of that committee is done.
Okay, thanks.
If the board chooses to take up further projects around boundaries, is we're talking about middle schools, that is possible. But this committee work, this is the end of the committee.
That was the question. Thanks.
Yes, Board Member Lena, go ahead.
I just wanted to add something, Board Member Sautel, that the recommendations from the committee have ongoing work as part of it. So it's not like we did this study, the end, it's over. Part of the recommendations are what to do moving forward, like when to do this again, et cetera. And that's in the document. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Board Member Lena. Board Member Yusra Ali, go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to say a few comments. After reading the report and really sitting with, everything that has been done, I think I want to thank you all. I really like the recommendations. I think it gives time and it gives a plan to the future. And also I do really appreciate the other recommendations, such as looking at policies that supplement this work. I had a question earlier, but it was already answered. Yeah, I think I just wanted to say that. And I remember I was a little concerned about the findings and, the recommendation and how it will go. But after sitting with all the data, I think I am in favor and I really liked everything you guys did.
Thank you, Board Member Yusra Ali. Any other questions from the board right now? Vice Chair Bondo, go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. So I just want to say thank you for everything so far I've done with the community and everything. So I got a little shock on the middle school recommendation, because when I tried to see what we read from the last night on during the curriculum committee with the resolution moving forward with the middle school. So I'm just kind of little, if there's not any contradictions here with some other, what the boundaries have found to give those recommendations, or it's just something then we can base on that and moving our other studies. So that's why those kind of contradiction when I look at what we happened yesterday and when I saw the middle school recommendation.
Yeah, would you like me to respond or?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so I think, the committee couldn't come to any formal recommendations around middle schools because of it just, we couldn't get close to a solution that worked without moving kids all the way across the city or potentially getting rid of, access to resources like the health center at King Middle School. And so we basically ran out of time because we just couldn't get to consensus in the group. So I do think that like what the work of the committee indicates that there's still a lot to be thought about at the middle school level. And I see it as kind of like an entry point into what's named in the resolution.
That's why I just want to make sure there is open doors for, then we can merge
Yes,
to.
yeah, I don't see any contradictions.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bondo. Board Member Ali.
Yeah, this is just a clarifying question. Let me just make sure that I'm wording it correctly and I can get the right answer. So right now, we're not voting for everything to pass that the Boundaries Committee has done, right? We are voting for it, including the boundaries, the population that may be moving to different schools.
The only students that are moving there are 31 students at the elementary level, and they would be moving over time.
Okay. And is it, okay.
Along with all the other policy recommendations and everything lined in the report.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move us to public comment now. So if anyone would like to give public comment, you are more than welcome to do so.
Hello, I'm Damon Yakovlev on Bolton Street. I served on the Boundary Committee, as many of you know. I'd like to speak in favor of adopting the committee's recommendations. I think we did push the elementary school boundaries as far as we could in improving the various 5 categories that are referenced in the report without incurring any unacceptable trade-offs. And I think it's important to stress that in order to further improve the balance of the schools and the utilization, we really have to look more holistically on our community's housing policies and recognize that there are many structural issues around class and that have been entrenched in our zoning codes and our investments in infrastructure and building of housing, especially affordable housing. So we really need to focus on that. And I think everyone should take away from this experience that we should go out to our communities, especially those that don't have much in the way of affordable housing, and stress that we should be building deed-restricted 2 or more bedroom housing that can accommodate families across the city. There's some projects such as at Belfort Landing that have unfortunately seen a lot of opposition, but I think we should recognize that building projects like that will improve the equity of our schools and our communities and really should be supported. So to speak to the middle school question, I do think that that's something that should be further addressed. I know that there's not a recommendation in the committee's report. I do think that and looking at the bigger question of possibly consolidating from 3 to 2 middle schools means that we might want to hold off on any other serious changes to the middle school boundaries. But I do think it may be worth taking a small interim step in trying to consolidate the boundaries of the middle schools, the so-called clean it up, where there's minor changes to make sure that the boundaries of the elementary schools and middle schools align well with each other, so that we don't have any unintended consequences where, let's say somebody builds on a new lot that's on one of those boundaries where there's no one living now, we need to pick it up, and that student may be the one person who goes to a different middle school than the rest of their neighborhood. So I think it is important to make some of those minor technical changes. And that's something that the board could look at later, I think. But I would like to put it on the radar. Also, there was one unfortunate split where Ocean Elementary is split into all 3 of our middle schools. That may be worth cleaning up as well. I wouldn't suggest making some of the other middle school changes to reduce the cohort splits that were considered, but I do think some of those minor technical changes might be worth looking at. Again, I don't think you need to look at it tonight, but you might want to look at in the future getting a cleaned up middle school boundary. So, I think that's the key takeaway for me is the minor technical changes to middle school, support the elementary boundary changes, and recognize that we really do need to work on our housing policy and equity and building affordable housing around the city. So appreciate working with the board members, rest of the boundary committee on this, and hopefully this will be an incremental but positive improvement for Portland Public Schools. So thank you all.
Thank you. And thank you for your service on the committee, Damon. We're going to go online now to Erin Beal.
Hello, my name is Dr. Erin Beal. I work for Lyman Moore Middle School, and I have previously worked for Lincoln Middle School. Our student representatives had a question earlier in the meeting about the data. It's my job to work with these numbers. The test that was represented is the Main through year, which is in the umbrella of Main through year, but is not sorry.
And this is public comment on the Boundaries Committee recommendations. Do you have comments on that?
My comments on the boundary recommendations would be that we take into consideration the pattern of development and the aging students in those most recent projects when we look at our boundaries committee. Enrollment right now has one small moment in time of a pattern, but we know that those are flexible, and our boundaries committee should be flexible as well.
Thank you. We're going to go to Holly Zella next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. My name is Holly Zila. I live on Concord Street. I have a student at Lincoln Middle and a student at Longfellow Elementary, and I serve on the Longfellow PTO board. The Longfellow PTO has been advocating for years now to expand the area served that Longfellow serves, and I think that the current proposal doesn't do enough to expand Longfellow's area. I really appreciate that the work that the Boundaries Committee did and how closely they looked at all of these factors, and that there is some increase. I appreciate that. I think that the fact that the Boundaries Committee seemed to conclude that they couldn't reach all of their goals, it feels like we've chosen to not reach any of them. And I think that if the advice now is that we need to go to the city to try to get more affordable housing, more diverse housing in the neighborhood that Longfellow serves in order to have a more diverse school, I'm in favor of that. I see that as a good long-term path. I think it's a lot less likely to happen if Longfellow's area stays as small as it is now and as it is even with these changes. I think the more that we can shift even a little bit of those neighborhoods that are walking distance to Longfellow, students that are bused to Rowe but could walk to Longfellow, that do walk to Lincoln for middle school. That's the perspective I wanted to share on that. And I do think that the area that is being added to Longfellow on the middle school map isn't going to Lincoln. So that would be an example of a small cleanup that I would think should be made so that Longfellow doesn't split, especially with such a small student population. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Is there anyone in the room that would like to give public comment?
My name is Emma Sulis. I live in Old Orchard Beach on 12th Street, and I teach 5th grade at Rowe Elementary. My primary comment tonight is to urge this board to return the boundaries proposal to the committee for further consideration, especially in regards to the Rowe Longfellow line. There are several goals outlined in the committee's report, one of which is to achieve more equitable enrollment, a fitting goal considering Portland's commitment to equity at the center in all of what we do. I am concerned about this multi-year project resulting in no action for several reasons, but especially when I look at the projected utilization numbers for Roe over the next 5 to 10 years. Currently, Roe is at just over 73% capacity, projected to increase by nearly 10 percentage points within 5 years. If my math is correct, that will house over 540 students at Roe. In contrast, our Longfellow colleagues and neighbors are working at 60% utilization and projected to decrease over time. In regards to the maintenance of neighborhood schools, some of our students live closer in physical distance to Longfellow or are equidistant between the two schools. A zone change over time in our neck of the woods can still allow for community togetherness. I do appreciate the stress on minimizing disruption to families who may be uprooted by a boundary shift. But I haven't heard ideas for ways to roll out an adjustment in stages. For example, could families have choice during the first year of this move? Allowances for upper grade students to finish and graduate at their current school? For siblings to stay together while this transition affects multiple children in the same household? Many students already have an out-of-neighborhood placement or waiver, so this is not an unprecedented concept. The committee's report does touch on the use of physical capacity as a misleading measure, but this isn't explored any further in writing, and I feel it really needs to be. For example, at Roe, our single incredible school counselor is managing a ratio of 1 to 476. Our Spurwink counselor is working out of a recycling closet with no windows. I'm teaching 26 kids in one classroom. Add any extras, and I'll have to decide whether to sacrifice space for the classroom library, arrange desks in rows, or eliminate my teaching table to make room for more student desks. Fire code capacity matters, yes, and it is a necessary way to begin categorizing a study such as this one. However, we as teachers know very well numbers aren't everything and can't be the only way to represent the needs and experiences of our students. The Boundaries Committee was formed and has been working on this project for 2 years to investigate and improve a problem that we are facing in our schools. Now it feels like we've been told that it isn't a problem worth solving because it's not going to solve everything and because folks will need to adjust and compromise. Portland Schools professionals are creative and smart, and I know we can do better than to stick with the status quo. Please consider sending this proposal back to the committee for another round of investigation, creative thinking, and forward motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay.
Hi, I'm Kate McElwain. I'm the school counselor at Rowe Elementary, and I have pretty much the sweatshirt in every color, in case you were wondering. And I'm a very proud Rowe employee. And I'm also a parent to 2 students at Longfellow, one in 3rd grade and one in 1st grade. First of all, I want to say that the last time I was in this room, I was in a sea of blue with all of you, with blue hearts, and you were exceptional. And thank you. And I'm really proud of our community. And in that vein, that's why I moved to Portland, and that's why I have my students in the Portland Public Schools, is because the diversity that we have is our strength. It's our greatest strength. And Longfellow is devoid of that, and it doesn't need to be. There is affordable housing with diversity. 1.1 mile from Longfellow. It's walkable. And those students are being bused 2.6 miles to go to Rowe. This boundary, this proposal limits what Longfellow can do. It's limiting my kids' ability to have an expanded worldview that our students at Rowe are getting. And it doesn't have to be. This is why the Boundaries Committee was formed, is because the disparity and the inequity of Longfellow is a big problem. And the Longfellow community wants it. The Longfellow staff wants it. We want 5 specials at Longfellow. Like, it's really disappointing to see that there's no movement here. I'm so grateful for the 22 students that are coming from Talbot. I really am. And thank you. And so much more could be done to help Rowe, which the utilization numbers are inaccurate. I think it says there are 434 students currently enrolled at Rowe, which gives us 73% utilization right now. That number is inaccurate. We have 476 students as of Thursday when we get another one from M.R.S.A. And because apparently pre-K isn't calculated into those numbers, pre-K takes up space, they take up resources, they are part of our community. Those numbers need to be included. So we're actually right now at 79% utilization. And the projection is that we would get to 89%. That's untenable. It's not fair for our Rowe students at all. It's not fair to our Rowe staff. And it leaves Longfellow devoid. It leaves Longfellow depleted and weak because it's not reflecting the Portland community that the Longfellow parents and staff choose to work for and choose to be in. And so I please, please, please reconsider that Longfellow Rowe line and where that disparity can be more equitable. Because if we say that we believe in equity, this is a place to show it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Yeah, coming up.
Hi. Sorry. Hi again. Just wanted to say thank you for everyone for looking into this. Again, I live on Mayfield Street and we are on the Longfellow side of Morrow's Corner. Morrow's Corner is just a very, very, very busy intersection. So like our child, for whatever decision we get to be at Longfellow, just from a geographic point of view, so we can build a community of friends within walking or biking distance. Related to middle school, we live also in a weird area that if you went to Talbot, if you continue to go to Talbot, pretty much everyone is going to Longfellow, or sorry, to Lincoln, I'm sorry. And if you would and if nothing changed and you went to Longfellow, you would, let me start over again, I'm sorry. So if he went to Talbot, finished Talbot, he would go to Lamb Moore, but the rest of his friends would go to Lincoln. And even if you went to, if nothing changed, if you went to Longfellow, all of his friends would go to Lincoln and he would still go to Lamb Moore for where we live right now. We just live in like a weird island of, kind of in the wrong spot. Just want to say that. And I, again, appreciate everyone looking into it and thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. And then if there's any discussion from the board. That was a lot. I'm just going to go around. Board Member Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So I have I have what I think is actually a question. So I apologize for not asking it during question period. But I am curious about whether it is workable, possible. I think it's a procedural question. So if we were to pass the recommendations of the committee, does that then close us off from being able to make minor technical questions or adjustments in the future? I guess my question is, do we have to go through another boundaries committee process to do that? Or like,
no, the board could take that up. I mean, I think that part of the work is in policy committee. I think that could start there. I think at any time the board could write another resolution to say, this is the way, these are the things that we want to address. This is how we want to do it. Like the board made the decision to have a committee and that process, but the board could make a different decision about how to move forward with these other small pieces.
Okay. And so it doesn't have to be all or nothing. This is it forever. But there's opportunities. Also, just a sort of a follow-up question to that, when we're talking about actual, like really minor technical, that one block or whatever, is that something that the board has to do, or is there like a staff component to clean up?
Yeah. So, and Dr. Warren, I might have you jump in here on this one, but part of what made the process longer was going back in to redo the whole internal system to make sure it was accurate across all systems. And so as the demographer would move the boundaries, that would then update those systems that we use to pull the road level details. I would ask Dr. Warren, I don't know how from, the decision that's made here, how those things get updated or like to make sure that they're all right on the website. But I would, ask you to share your wisdom around this.
I do not have wisdom when it comes to technology. No, I mean, I don't know technically how that works, but obviously if there are any changes made, we would make sure they got updated in the system. But I can't say how that gets done, but we will follow whatever the board guidance is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Board Member Opperman, did you have a hand? No? Board Member Ali?
Yeah, so I do have a question after hearing from public hearing. The point about we've discussed Longfellow before, but the point about some kids being moved to Rowe Elementary, and particularly around the equity piece and how the utilization will increase in Rowe, and Longfellow, the utilization numbers would decrease over the years. That makes me already question. Can someone answer that, please?
Yeah, do you want to ask your question and then we'll
Yeah.
see what
So
we can do?
my question is a follow-up of Ms. McElwain's question, which is about the Rowe Longfellow boundary and the affordable housing she was referring to. I'm assuming it's Doherty Commons, but I don't know if that's what you were referring to. And my question is, I need a reminder from my friends on the committee. Was the reason that wasn't considered for Longfellow because it would be like a pocket of a neighborhood that would be then bused, where the remainder of the neighborhood would not necessarily be? I'm just trying to make sure we answer that question.
Yeah, in my memory, and Damon, I'm going to invite you back up to the microphone if you can remember better than I can. But I believe we didn't just want to have little islands, right? That then we're busing. So to take that whole area then didn't really affect the numbers overall. That's what I'm remembering. But Damon, I would invite you to weigh in.
Yes, thank you. So yeah, that is the case. Basically, what it would be is setting up a situation where there are some kids on one side of the street who live in the affordable housing being bused to a different school than their cohort on the other side of the street. And so that their friends on the other side of the street would be bused to Rowe while they would be bused to Longfellow, creating, some equity issues there as far as neighborhood cohesion. And it just didn't sit right. I live 2 blocks from there. So I would say, I'll say my child has a friend who lives there. And I think it's great that we have new members of the community who live in the affordable housing that was built there. And I think there's some real benefits to that.
Thank you.
And I think the reason that Damon's neighborhood wasn't moved to Longfellow was because it would only increase the enrollment, but it wouldn't change the economic diversity.
The percentage.
Economic diversity.
Overall, I think it made things worse in terms of economic disparity.
So it was, I mean, I joined the committee halfway through. And so I know the committee was wrestling with all of these different things. And I mean, it is almost like the person who commented that said that because we couldn't achieve balance in all of the goals, the committee decided to sort of shy away from making sweeping changes if we felt that it wasn't going to reach the goals that were presented.
If I could speak, one more piece of information to add to the consideration too on that is we did look at a more ambitious scenario that did add significant numbers of students to Longfellow. It did create kind of an odd looking district that, but we heard, I think there's significant pushback from many of the people who live in that district who did not want to be moved. I think it was from Ocean Avenue to Longfellow. So I think that there's a lot of consideration here of minimizing disruption too. And for many of those people, it would create significant unacceptable disruption.
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to address the second part of your question, which was the increased utilization.
Yeah.
So the the committee did look at 5-year projections and 10-year projections, which basically has like Reiki and Roe flip-flopping in from where they are right now. So Reiki will decrease, Roe will go up. But there are a couple policy recommendations within the report. One, making sure that the boundaries happen every after every census, so that it's, you know, every 5 years that we're looking at this as opposed to every 20 years. And then the other piece was looking at a out-of-district policy to put some guardrails on where students can request to come in to hopefully get students moving to schools with lower enrollment.
Okay, based on those facts and how we had a target and we did our best, right? From what I can say, from what I'm hearing, to try to reach that, and it was not, you know, accommodatable. I'm gonna shy away from this, kind of particularly because of the move of following 1960s all the way through 1990s, of how communities were deliberately separated by highways in every major city, and how public schools, major public schools in the um, all the major cities in every single state was completely divided, inequitably, particularly during that time, the population was majority Black and white, even though right now it's a lot more people of color. It kind of falls into the same category that we're dealing with right now, where these schools are going to be overpopulated. The houses were, I mean, at the time, where they were deteriorating. Kids were getting sick from from lead, from mercury, whatever. The kids were falling asleep during class because of the circumstances that their parents had to go through and whatnot. And then the funding for the major schools were extremely decreased, and the utilization was really high. So because of that system that was created post segregation, and how that was created is not something that we would like to, you know, either it's currently happening or it's or continuing to happen, um, you know, which leads to higher crime rates, higher incarceration rates, higher mental health issues, whatnot. So knowing that a system like that was created, I can't help support something that's not going opposite of that. And I appreciate everybody doing the work. And if it's not possible, it's not possible. I just don't think I would continue to support this because of that obvious major issue. And if anybody wants the information on that, it's called The Color of Law by Richard Rothstein, if anyone wants to take a look at it. But that's it. Thank you.
Board Member Lena, did you have another question? Vice Chair Bondo, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So I just want to say thank you for the public comments, and just came back to me a couple of years ago. We were trying to do the elementary school reconfiguration, and I really appreciate what both Ali just mentioned about the post segregation. So it's always then Longfellow has been untouchable, and I just wonder if is any way we can make some recommendation here, adding some amendment or recommendation. Then we need to look at to be more to give more option, because I see the next boundaries here is on 2030, and I feel like is really too far for us to consider. I have a nephew and nieces so living here around Capitic Street, so they have to take a bus all the way to Talbot, or we have a Longfellow close by. So when I look at the map here, I know that's what we have done for the boundaries, but I feel all the time that Longfellow has a little bit of less of privileges than other schools. So this is just my 2 cents. Are we open to really make a change, or are we just going to be silent and having everything is surface, and having not to hide, but keep on working on the post segregation, but without say anything aloud? So I think when I look at here, I follow the boundaries, but I didn't follow every time. But I just wonder if we can have some other recommendation and leaving some open on the enrollment and then see the size utilization of the rooms. And we can also, we've been talking about the middle schools, how we try to eliminate some of the zip code zoning and opportunity for students. So I think this is some of the facts as well. So those are just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Board Member Bondo. Board Member Sawtelle.
2 items. Can someone clarify for me what the policy is or what practice has been around allowing parents to request a different school than the one they're in, the district they're in?
Superintendent, can you address that?
So there is a policy that allows for families to request it. It's different for if it's out of district than if it's in district. If it's out of district, it's a superintendent request, requires permission from both superintendents, and the state has restrictions about what criteria can be considered for that. Within the in-district changes, so requesting you may live in the Longfellow, but you want to go to Talbot piece, those requests go to our assistant superintendents for elementary and secondary, who review them and make a determination again based on if there is space and best need, meeting the need of the student.
Great. That was my first question. And then at the risk of making Damon's head explode, or Sarah or Maya, is there any willingness in that committee to go back for one more discussion following these comments? No. Damon's shrugging.
I think we could probably hire Damon to do a great job with whatever question we put in front, but Board Member, oh, sorry, let Jane finish.
No, that was my question. Like, I just feel like we've heard things that maybe the committee already heard, but I hadn't really thought of. And I've had a couple calls from people saying specifically around the Longfellow row boundaries.
Yeah, and I'm going to respond and then I'll call on you. I think it's just like important to realize that this committee was charged with trying to use boundaries as the tool to get to the outcomes that were stated by the board. And the work of this committee found that boundaries, we couldn't get to those goals. Boundaries is not the tool that we can use to fix what's happening at Longfellow, to fix what's happening at Reiki, and to fix what's happening at other high utilization schools right now. Because it doesn't balance the way that we hoped. Like, we looked at maps after maps to try to figure this out. And I do believe that there was equal commitment from everyone on the committee to do, like, I think that the committee, and weigh in, I think the committee would have made incredible sweeping changes had it gotten us to the results that we wanted to get to, but we couldn't get there. And so it was like, well, then we're not going to make hugely disruptive moves if it's still not going to get us to the outcome that we're trying to solve.
I think, I mean, if you look at a map of Portland, I'm looking at the recommendation on my screen right now. The location of the schools is part of the problem in terms of finding balance. A lot of the schools are really geographically close to each other. I mean, Presumpscot School and East End School are very close to each other, but they're also surrounded by water. And so the boundaries can't really go anywhere. So that's part of the challenge. Ocean Ave and Longfellow School are actually very geographically close to each other. So I don't know. It was really, really hard trying to find balance. And, you know, there was a really strong desire to keep walkability as much as possible in neighborhood schools. And, you know, Damon mentioned his neighborhood there. When I just joined the Boundaries Committee, they had looked at a scenario where people from that neighborhood, which the closest physical school to them is Longfellow School, currently districted for Rowe. The example was given to bus those students to East End School in order to balance demographics, which, I mean, it worked in terms of balancing it, but it really was taking those students and moving them across town for the sake of balancing economic percent of economic disadvantaged students. So it was very tricky.
Superintendent wants to add something, and then we'll come to Board Member Opperman, please.
Yeah, I think the committee wrestled with this pretty extensively. And what they kept coming up against is that there's no clear, great answer, and there's no answer that achieves all of the priorities. And so I think that if we put this back to the committee and ask them to look at it, it's going to be a similar recommendation. And so if the board wanted to make some adjustments, I think that's within the board's discretion. I will say in the recognition of the committee's work that we had a demographer that worked with us for over a year. And their feedback was, one, based on the location of your schools, the geography of your city, and the housing stock, there is not a great way to address utilization and socioeconomic with boundaries, unless you're going to change some of the stated priorities that are guiding the work. When our neighbor, South Portland, wrestled with this, they did not have that one of their priorities was to maintain neighborhood cohesion and walkability. And so when they got to a spot for recommendations, of which I don't think they're actually implemented yet, but when they came to recommendations to get socioeconomic balance, there's actually a significant amount of busing proposed in their recommendation. That is something that could be a change and a recommendation. I think that it would be to the board to say, look, we want to go back to this, but we're going to change these conditions. Otherwise, absent changing the priorities, you're going to come back with a very similar recommendation after a year plus of work.
Board Member Opperman.
Thank you, Chair. I have a comment and then a thought. The comment is, this goes back to the first meeting, and the people wondered why Roe had such a peculiar arrangement. And it goes to the fact that a school, Nathan Clifford, was closed and turned into housing, nice housing, expensive housing. And that brought a group of, a balance. It was a balanced community of some low income and higher income students. But it wasn't perfect, and there were issues with that building that needed to be improved. So, but just to say, whatever we do, there's an unintended consequence somewhere along the line. The one thing I thought of, knowing Roe and in the building and in the groups that are in there, it was mentioned pre-K, there's also a fair population of Breathe students there, many of whom I believe are bused from other places. So these are students that are already being displaced. And as a possibility of increasing space at Roe and utilizing space at Longfellow, that might be a not changing boundaries, not really changing transportation because they have to be bused anyway. So might be a thought that we could continue. The question I have is that something that the administration can do without us having to vote on it? Or is it something that we have to suggest, vote, et cetera?
Yeah, I mean, I think the board could, author a resolution asking the district staff to do X, Y, and Z. I think we would want to see what that is and have it come back to the board, just because it is around boundaries. But yes, we could certainly do something like that.
I'm just calling your attention to the fact that Yusra has a hand up.
Oh, thank you. Yusra, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I think my comments were kind of going off of what Ryan said. And I mentioned last meeting that the committee did start with a very I won't say narrow, but a constricted I don't know, points that they had to go off of. So I look at this recommendation as a framework for the board to go to work on and add on to. So I think I'm in favor of the board either at committee level or the full board coming together and specifically pointing out the parts that we have an issue with and then working together as a, as a body to just improve what we are looking at right now. But I think it would not be a good idea to send this back to the committee because again, we will get the same things. And oops, excuse me. And I think also that with the board, I am in favor of a more aggressive what is it called, approach this time to make sure that we are going to the results that we want. Because now everyone's going to be happy. Sorry.
Thank you, Yusra Ali. Any other discussion from the board?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, I was gonna comment saying like, the number one thing we have, number one problem we have in this country is obviously the same issue that we've been dealing with since this country technically has started, and it really takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of energy, a lot of emotional discomfort, a lot of stress, a lot of heart problems, you name it. And I think one of the biggest things that, it's up to us is always to eliminate that number one problem. And it's really to look at the ignorance of viewpoints of what color may be or may not be, what race may be and what it may not be, and try to create some inequities within it. So just understanding that we're trying to do the opposite so we can live in a better country, so we can actually. We don't have to fight against our 4% of the population. We can be better as a country against other countries as well as continents. So just to say that minor things like this can affect major decisions later. And with that being said, I would yeah, that's pretty much all I gotta say.
Thank you, Board Member Ali. Any other discussion from the board? Oh, where's Dr. Warren? You have it? Okay. So I'm gonna just say a couple quick words. As someone deeply involved in the committee, like I do feel like the work was very much full of integrity. It was thorough, and I think you ask any committee member, and it felt like at times our heads were just beating the wall because we couldn't get to where we wanted to go with the tools that we were using. So I do think that the policy recommendations are strong within this report. The small changes that we did make sense to me. I do think that this is a kind of a starting point for further middle school work, and I would really encourage if a board member has, I would love to come back to putting more attention on Longfellow and seeing what tools we could use around Longfellow. I think that would be great. I would offer board members to write a resolution to send that to, that maybe the Curriculum and Student Success Committee could look at that, or planting seeds. Anyway, it's within our wheelhouse to do that. Board Member Lena, go ahead.
Yeah, just to piggyback on what you were saying, Chair Lenz, there is in the recommendation, number 2 says determining a percentage of economic economic disadvantaged students or utilization that would trigger a review process. And that was not recommended by the committee yet, but that is something that the board could come up with, is a percentage of utilization, which it seems like that is something that the staff from Roe was sharing is a stressor, that would make it so that no school gets too overfull, and then we would have a better reason to redraw the lines.
Beautiful. Thank you for adding that.
Or change programming, not just redraw lines.
Correct. Find solutions to the problem, whatever they might be. Yes. Okay, so with that, I'm going to call the vote. So by roll call vote, please indicate whether you are in favor of the consideration and action to approve the recommendations of the Attendance Boundaries Committee. Yes, we did that hours ago.
She didn't record it, so I'll do it.
Oh, okay. Yes, it was, I believe, Opperman and Bryden, a combo of the two of them.
Somewhere in there.
Yeah. Then Dr. Scallon, please call the roll.
Board Member Ali Ali,
No.
Board Member Yusra Ali,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bondo,
Yes.
Board Member Bryden,
Yes.
Board Member Lena,
Yes.
Board Member Noor, Board Member Opperman,
Yes.
Board Member Sawtell.
Yes.
Our students are gone home for the night. Chair Lentz.
Yes. So the motion passes and the recommendations are approved. And I look forward to further resolutions from the board. Up next, I'm going to be making a motion for the consideration and action to enter back into executive session pursuant to 1 M.R.S.A 405-6D to discuss a personnel matter. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Bryden. All those in favor? Okay, so we'll go back into executive session. We'll take a 5-minute recess on the way. That's the easy fix. Fix that. All right, we are back. So we have a couple of votes here, and then we'll wrap up for the night. So up first, hold on, I'm not seeing the attachment. Let me refresh here. Got a couple of personnel items. I'm still not seeing it up yet. We're just making sure the right attachments are in the agenda. There's going to be one attachment in the agenda.
Whatever works.
Thinks this meeting is over. Diligent community, as this is a previous meeting. It doesn't know we're still going.
Oh.
I don't believe so, no.
She's great. She's great. She's left the school. Reiki. He's right. I went to Reiki. It's same grade.
All right, we got it.
I started. It's awesome.
I see it. Do other board members see it on the agenda?
Let me look. Hold on.
Dr. Warren, are you ready to call the roll when
I
we get
see
there?
it.
Okay, great. So up first, we have the consideration and action to renew probationary contracts of principals and assistant principals for the 2026-2027 school year pursuant to M.R.S.A. Title 20A, Chapter 504, Section 13301, Employment of Principals. I would be looking for a motion for that consideration action. Thank you, Board Member Bryden. Is there a second? Thank you, Board Member Opperman. Are there any questions from the board on this slate? Okay. And you have Yusra Ali on your computer at this moment. So if you have questions, just speak up, Yusra. We don't take public comment on personnel items. Is there any discussion? Okay, then by roll call vote, please indicate whether you are in favor of the consideration and action to renew probationary contracts of principals and assistant principals for the 2026-2027 school year pursuant to M.R.S.A. Title 20A, Chapter 504, Section 13301, Employment of Principals. Dr. Warren, will you please call the roll?
Member Ali?
No.
Member Yusra Ali?
Yeah.
Vice Chair Bondo?
No.
Member Bryden?
Yes.
Member Lena?
Yes.
Member Noor? Member Opperman?
Yes.
Member Sautel?
No.
The student representatives are gone, and Chair Lentz.
Yes, so the motion passes 5-3. The next item on the agenda is the consideration and action to renew continuing non-probationary contracts of principals and assistant principals pursuant to M.R.S.A. Title 20A, Chapter 504, Section 13301, Employment of Principals. And you can use the same attachment as on the previous item. Is there a motion for this consideration? Thank you. Board Member Bryden. Is there a second? Board Member Opperman. Are there any questions from the board? We don't have public comment on personnel items. Is there any discussion from the board? Then by roll call vote, please indicate whether you are in favor of the consideration and action to renew continuing non-probationary contracts of principals and assistant principals pursuant to M.R.S.A. Title 20A, Chapter 504, Section 13301, Employment of Principals. Dr. Warren, will you please call the roll?
Member Ali?
No.
Member Yusra Ali?
Yes.
Vice Chair Bondo?
No.
Member Bryden?
Yes.
Member Lena?
Yes.
Member Noor? Member Opperman?
Yes.
Member Sautel?
No.
The student representatives are not here. Chair Lentz.
Yes, so the motion passes 5-3. And I will make a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? Thank you, Board Member Bryden. All those in favor? We
Yes.
are adjourned at 10:06 p.m.